Close your eyes, come to me, feel alright. Just dance with me all through the night. Turn it out, close to you. I feel good, 'cause I just know feeling of you. Give it to me, baby. Feel alright. I feel good. Just want you step with me, dance with me, here with me, feel alright. I feel good on you, alright. To make a groove all night. Close your eyes, come to me, feel alright. Just dance with me all through the night. Turn it out, close to you. I feel good, 'cause I just know feeling of you. Give it to me, baby. Feel alright.
All right, we are back. Camera's gonna be messed up here for a second. Let me fix that. There we go. There we go. Hello, hello. So, finally found the soundtrack that should work. I could listen to this all day. I love Liza P. I love the soundtrack. It's like one of the only ones that I think I could listen to it outside of the game, and also it's doesn't have like such a crazy vibe switch. I think it's all pretty, you know, cohesive. So I do really enjoy it. So we finished a big panel yesterday. Finally, we don't have a bunch of big panels. We got one page of about 6 medium panels. So pretty normal. Pretty normal today. Which I welcome. I welcome that. So we have a few problems to solve for this page because I wanted to do something a little bit different, but I do think that it raises some issues with readability. So we'll figure those out today. That's a good song, man. I tell you what, I gotta turn it down though because we're gonna get started. This is the page here on the left. Let's make sure my tablet's working. No issues this time compared to last time. That was really annoying, just to kind of come out of nowhere. So here's my issue, right? I wanted these kind of separated from these because it kind of looks like you should read left to right, which is normal, right? And I wouldn't expect that to be different. But essentially what I've got going on is that these two are where your eyes should go first. So we're gonna need to make some small adjustments to make it feel right. Right? So it should go here, 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 here. Okay. And so it makes me kind of wonder if I can increase the gap between these, this like line here, the space, and then also makes this one a little bit shorter, I think it'll make sense. I think that's the solution. So how we go about doing that, I don't know. But I gotta get rid of these because I'm gonna keep touching them by mistake. But the idea... No, come on. I'm not totally sure how to go about like increasing this space very much. You know, without eyeballing it, I guess. Which I guess I could do, but I don't want to mess with the height of these, you know what I mean? It's a little tough. I want to make sure it's like pretty consistent all the way through. And that's not something to easily eyeball. I think that's about right. Which would then put you right about there, maybe. What do we think about that? This is off. This is off. It's definitely not as... It's not correct. What might be helpful, too, is for me to make a really small line that kind of goes from here. Yeah, so I can kind of tell, because I'm looking right here to make sure it's consistent all the way through. Gotta make the same kind of line. Okay. And then all I have to do is scoot that over slightly. That'll give me kind of a good idea of where to place these. Alright. And then the tough part is also this has to shrink. Just these two. Whoops. Does this look right? I think so. Now, if I get rid of this, it might also be best to just cut this one here. You know what I mean? I'm just really thinking about like how the viewer is gonna see it, and I still don't even think that this is like short enough. I think it might still need to be shorter. All right. Let's put this back on. Still looks the same. Yeah. I guess one thing I will have to do is also do it here. And then I just have to kind of move it up. Yeah, so which one is it? You gotta move up a tiny bit. Yep. Okay, so that should fix my problems. And then we're gonna have to adjust where we put all the storyboard content here. Which is not a big deal. Fairly easy. And this one here too. Okay. And this one just becomes a tiny bit smaller, not a whole lot. Actually, I think if we're able, Maybe even just move him up a little bit. Okay. That should be simple enough. Nothing too crazy. All right. So we're gonna be working on this panel to start out. So we're gonna need 3 layers, I believe, only. Here we go. All right. Okay. And I don't have as much to do today than I normally do. Like, I'm not making dinner today. Chores are pretty much done. There's not something specific. There is no sick wife today. Let me also just come here. Come here. No sick wife today, which is great. What else? I have like one small thing to do, and that's to make a little poster for a comedy show in Chicago this week. So that shouldn't take me too long. I don't think I even have what I need right now to get started. I'm still waiting on some of that stuff. So not in any rush to get that stuff done, you know? And honestly, I guess I could stream doing that. All right. It's pretty simple. Oops. I don't like that. I don't really like how that looks. Do this first, I guess. And I don't like this. There we go. Man, yeah, this is the soundtrack I was looking for, man. I just couldn't think of anything. I was like, man, what is it that's like so good, so classic, very musical, but still not gonna get me in trouble, you know? And I like to listen to music when I draw. Like, that's how I normally do stuff. And like, you know, I'm talking a lot, obviously. But you know, if I wasn't, you know, I'm sipping on a cool drink, you know, something fun if I can. And not necessarily alcoholic. I don't mean that, but you know, not that has never happened, but just something fun, you know, like maybe something lightly caffeinated. I really like those. This is so childlike of me, but who cares? I like those sparkling ice with like 70 milligrams of caffeine. You know, it's like a small cup of coffee. So it's like, it's not really, like if you drink it at like 5 o'clock or something, it's really not going to be so bad, you know? Because it's really not that much caffeine at all. It's kind of just like a pick-me-up in the evening. So that's nice. I like those. I'm a fan of kombucha. I'm just not a fan of like the ginger kombuchas. That's going too far for me. I've tried, you know, but it's just not, it's not hitting for me, man. It's really not. But yeah, I'm doing that, and I'm probably like grooving in my chair a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, man. I love to dance a little bit. I mean, you know, when you're sitting in a chair and you're drawing, you gotta focus. It's mostly just like some head bobs. So let's be real. It's not like I'm just like swinging my arms around or something or tapping my feet. It's just sometimes the music hits. You know, sometimes it's like, dang, this music matches what I'm drawing perfectly right now. It feels good. All right. There you go. Gotta adjust the thumb of there a little bit. It's not totally right in the storyboard. I might have to raise it just a tiny bit because I can't quite get to my tour box down here. Okay. I guess we can just go ahead and go for the background. Of which I'm not gonna be too... I think I do want it to be like a little bit straight. You know what I mean? Like it's just like not straight in this because it's the what is it called? The storyboard. Just gonna draw these straight lines here for now. Draw one like this just to kind of cut you off. Actually, before I do that, I need to actually draw the frame. Right, it would go there. It's not even. It's like right about there. Maybe even higher. We gotta make sure we draw higher. I'm not sure how high I'm gonna go with this, but let's see. Doors, maybe right about here. Whoops. Get the brush out, man. What are you doing? So if the door's right about there, this is gonna be right about here. Okay. And then let's get rid of this, right? Because this will probably be where it kind of... I gotta picture an open door really quick, just to kind of know what I'm doing here. And that would mean this kind of goes this way. Get rid of all that. And then bring you back. Oops. Can I take this one and like delete it? No, this one, this is the one I want deleted. Whoa, it's not working. How do you... I never know how you switch between those. That's a good question. That's a good question, man. You know, it's easier for me to just delete the ruler and put it back than it is for me to waste time thinking about how you do it properly right now. So these are being erased. And then, okay, so we need 2 here. And then start maybe right about there. No, I feel like it's got to be a little off center, huh? About there. Feels a little wrong, huh? It feels like this should go a little lower. Yeah, there we go. Clean it up a little bit. Oh, and this as well. That's right. Just lower the brush size really quick. All right. Let's turn this off really quick. Yeah, something's not totally right about it. But I think if I just bring that up a tiny bit. Since it's lower, it shouldn't be as skewed. And this one's still a little off. It's still a little off. That kind of fixes it a little bit. Bring it down a little bit. And then maybe a tiny bit smaller. Okay, that seems good to me. We just have to get rid of these lines here. And then we can make all this black here. Little placard there. Pretty easy. I'm gonna add some details now. Let's lower the brush size just a bit. Let me also erase this little line here. Watched a bunch of art videos this morning. And when I didn't finish, I was working out. I'm just kind of alone in the gym here, and just had them on to kind of like be my distraction, while working out and stuff. And there's one I didn't finish, but it was called Stop Optimizing Your Art. And I wish I remembered the artist's and the video creator's name. I'm sure I'll figure it out. But the idea was talking about like not trying to optimize, and think about art and art making, specifically art making. I mean, again, I didn't watch the whole video, so I don't know everything that gets discussed in there. But, and this feels wrong too, as like this form of working that like needs to be, wait, I put that in the wrong layer, yeah. That needs to be like monetized, or like, I guess, made for the market, because a lot of times artists will think that, you have to optimize your art in a certain way in order for it to be like good for the market. And that just kind of goes against the entire idea of art. Art is an expression of yourself, and to not express that, like the making of art, in a way that is expressive of yourself is also kind of denying yourself the true intentions of it. He was much more persistent and aggressive, and I think rightfully so, about this topic than I'm making it out to be. Because one of the things, and again, much bigger content creator than I, so like had an audience that was on Discord, like a community on Discord, and was talking about a question that he got in the Discord that kind of triggered some of those feelings, which was like, how do I make myself draw all day, or draw for 8 hours or something? And just to have to think that you have to make yourself do that, you're kind of lying to yourself about the expectations that you're setting, because there's no need to do something like that if you're not already like enjoying the process enough to want to do it for 8 hours. It's like you have to find a way to enjoy the process if you really want to do something like that, but it's not necessary. It's like you have to take your time with it and feel it out for what it is. And if you think that you need to be drawing for 8 hours, you should really be asking yourself why you think that, because it might be that you're comparing yourself to people, specifically on social media, who you think are drawing for 8 hours. And maybe they are, but they've probably been afforded some privileges to be able to do that. And some of those might be earned, like a job. A job where you work as an artist for 8 hours, it's much easier to draw for 8 hours. Like, think of it that way. And I had a job as a graphic designer, and before that I was designing a lot and trying to do a whole lot, but I was never designing more than when I was employed as a designer, so it's like doing something for 8 hours is usually because you're working full time doing that thing. And especially with art, even if it is an earned thing, because like you are an established artist and you're very good at what you do, it's still a bit of a privilege to be able to work as an artist. I mean, that's an amazing, awesome thing, and something that many people want. And so even if you've put in the work, even if you've done the I hate this finger so much. even if you put in the work and you've tried really hard to like make this happen for yourself and you succeeded, there's still a little bit of level of privilege because like it's just a job that's, you know, not deemed necessary by people, even though it absolutely is. You know, being subject to you know, a day with no art would be horrifying. You'd realize very quickly how important it is. But it's tough in this day and age to have something like that. And so to think that you need to be doing that all the time, especially if you have to work 8 hours to live, you know, you're setting yourself up for the wrong expectations of yourself because you've already lied to yourself about what's necessary to get where you want to go. And I've always said this, it's really like art is directly, like how good your art is directly a result of the amount of time that you put into dedicated, focused practice. And you can get pretty far not doing 8 hours. You just, 8 hours is really just kind of like speed running, you know, you're really going fast and you don't need to do that. Especially if you're under the age of 40. And I think that's most people, at least on this platform. Like I'm not the most amazing artist. That's pretty obvious to see. But I don't plan to be until I'm like 40. I'm okay with having it take over 10 years for me to get to a point where like people go like, you are really good at what you do. And that's undisputed. Right now, it can certainly be disputed. There's things I don't fully have mastered yet. But to think that you need to do that so early on, just because maybe somebody has in your peer group or something, it's silly. You don't need to do all that. You can take your time, and you can enjoy the life around you, which is maybe something that those people who are like those early prodigies might be missing. You know, you don't always see what's going on behind the scenes, so take it easy. Take it easy a little bit. I do want to finish that video though, because I did find it interesting. I just I had finished my workout before I had finished the video, so gotta come back to it. Probably will tomorrow. But yeah, I thought it was great commentary, something I really agreed with. And definitely see all the time. And like, you know, I'm not gonna pretend like that was never me. That was certainly me at a certain point. I definitely felt like, oh, if I'm not drawing all, I mean, even the other day, I was like, man, I really should be drawing more, you know? And I think that's true, but also it's like, the reason I'm not is because I'm trying not to neglect all of my other responsibilities. You know, I have a lot of other stuff that I have to take care of. And, you know, there's times that I want to spend with friends and family, and that's also really important, you know, because if you neglect your friends or loved ones, I think you miss out more there than you do becoming a successful artist. You definitely miss out a lot. lots of I mean, you know, grind culture, I guess, or like, I just look at it as people trying to speed run life, which is kind of crazy. You know, it's like you're trying to get to your peak right away. You're trying to, I think you're just trying to drive yourself to an early grave doing stuff like that, you know? And there's no need for all that. see. I do also need to put some text over this little placard in a bit. I'm gonna just get rid of. I don't know why I have this on right now. It's not helping. It's just kind of distracting me right now. All right. Maybe I can. Can I outline the actual form here? And maybe with that, actually, if I follow, would it be the other way? I'm trying to figure this out a little bit. I feel like the lips kind of need a little bit of attention. Just to kind of define them a little bit more. Just a little bit. Alright. So one thing I've been having issues with is since I've been streaming, and like I talk a decent amount in my normal life, but I won't lie, like 5 days out of the week, I'm alone for like 8 hours, and maybe I'll call somebody or something, or I go to the store or talk to somebody that I run into there or whatever, you know. So it's not like I'm trying to be antisocial, but I am alone for like several hours. And some of that time is spent recording videos and talking and, you know, doing whatever. So it's not like I'm totally silent. And also, like, I'm not afraid to admit it, I'm a bit of a weirdo. Sometimes I'll talk to myself, especially if I'm trying to figure something out or kind of walk through what I have to do in that day. It's helpful. It's actually helpful. So I don't care if that makes me look weird. But that being said, every single day for like the past, I don't know, like 3 months, maybe 4 months or something. Maybe less, maybe not that long. But around noon, my throat would get like really gross and like kind of gunky, and like it just kind of felt like I was sick or something, like I had a cough. But I didn't have a cough, and I didn't feel sick, and I was okay. I didn't have like a runny nose or nothing. Don't really have like allergies that are affecting me very much or anything like that. But sometimes I'd be like, oh man, I really gotta like constantly clear my throat. And so I would constantly do that. And sometimes that would happen during stream where I'm like, oh, I'm like having trouble talking because I just have to keep clearing my throat. And then today, I'm not having that issue at all. But I am noticing that I am just assuming, I'm so used to it that I'm like going as if I'm like clearing my throat, and I'm like, I don't have anything to clear. What am I doing? So now I am Pavloved into clearing my throat, expecting some sort of like a relief or something. I don't know. Okay. I also have to get this part here to be a bit darker. What are we doing here? A lot of text, right? Yeah, a lot of text. Door, is the door gonna be light? I'm not sure. Let's actually start with the skin first, really quick. We'll start with the stuff we do know. All right. I think that's all correct. I did finish a full-length video that should be going up a week from today. And it's a new series. It's a new little series, very similar to the last video that went up. But honestly, so I make these full-length videos. These, like, if doing shorts is for fun and doing the live streams is also for fun, doing the full-length videos is like that on steroids, because for some reason on my channel, like, they just like don't really get views. And sometimes they will if I have a short that does well and it kind of links back to it or it talks about it a little bit. So sometimes those will do well. Trying to figure out still what I want to do with this. And I think the answer is that this becomes 60 and then this side of it becomes 40. So like, yeah, sometimes those won't do all that well, and that's okay. It's not really a big deal. Okay, I like really hate that. We'll do something like this instead. And then maybe this is okay as 40. Oh no, I don't know what I just did. I just opened Affinity. That's what I did. Okay. It just kind of matches up with the skin tone, so I don't love that. I think we don't do any of this. We just make it really light. I think that's the answer. Make it very light. But anyways, the videos that are going up, they're fairly similar to the one that just went up. Was it like a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago? So I don't expect them to be like crazy, but I am trying to put some love into them a little bit and like make sure that they get oops, didn't mean to do that. They get made well, at least, because the videos that go up like that, generally they don't get most of their views when they come out. They get most of their views just as they trickle in over time and as people kind of watch them as it gets recommended, which is cool. I just have to be patient with how those do and just see how it goes. But I am excited to have them come out soon. It's mostly related to color, which is not something I talk about a lot here. This is kind of odd here. And so I don't know, I think it's interesting. It's a little bit, not personal, I guess, but I guess opinionated maybe, or no, it's not opinionated. It's not like I'm being divisive or anything like that, but I guess subjective maybe is the best word to describe it. Finger really twitched right there. But yeah, I think it's cool. We'll see how it does over time. I can make some shorts out of it too, I think. And I don't know, it's also tough too because like I think that my thumbnails are fairly good, but also I don't know. I don't know. I could totally be wrong. I feel like I still need to work more on the details here, you know? It doesn't feel totally done to me. I don't trust anybody that played Liza P, and then when they went to the hotel, they weren't hitting the record player. I mean, I think now, and at least when the Overture came out, you could have it so it would play automatically and like start from where you left off. And that was really nice. I really liked that. But it didn't used to be like that. Oh, I don't have lapels on this either. Lapels are something I always forget, man. They make a difference in like how this all gets detailed out a little bit. Yeah, but the music in Liza P, I'm glad I remembered. I was like, oh, Liza P, that's the music soundtrack that like speaks to me. I got a comment too on one of my videos today that mentioned Undertale, and that's also another one where I think I've said this before, like on stream, but I actually listened to the Undertale soundtrack before I ever even played the game, and then I found out about the let's do this, bring it down here, put a mask on, and then I found out about the community, which is a little bit icky, but to each their own, you know. I'm not gonna judge too hard, I guess. All right, let's get all this text in here. So this one's first. We always gotta do it like close enough to get them connected on the same layer. Oops. We need the balloon pen. Are we already done with this? Dang, we are. We are pretty much done with the soundtrack. But good news is that there's also the Overture soundtrack. So once we get to, because you know you gotta listen to Feel more than once. That's the one, man. Once we get to Feel, which is the next track, we'll swap over to that. Okay. Sorry, wait a minute. Yeah, okay. I don't know what's going on there. Let's do this. I think that looks a little nicer. What if we do this and then bring that over? I think that would look a little better. All right. Even though we did that, we still actually need the halftone, which we didn't even put in here. Maybe we should do the smaller halftone. What does this one look like? I never really use this one. Looks worse. So we don't do that one. I think we just do this, increase the density slightly. See. So this is this funny thing that's happening. So I've been looking for jobs and stuff. So I've been on job boards and stuff and like updating my LinkedIn and all this, annoying stuff you have to do to get a job. You got to play the game. But anyways, I've gotten significantly, and I don't remember it being this bad last time I was looking for a job, but just like significantly more spam from just all kinds of places since I've started looking for a job. And like some of it is the pretty obvious scam of like, we want to offer you this job if you will like interview with us, and it pays $100 an hour and it's remote and all this stuff where you're like, that's too good to be true. Come on, man. Come on. And there's this thing going on where somebody responded because it was so obviously spam, and it clearly went to a bunch of people. Like they CC'd a bunch of people on this, and so it came to me, and I saw it, and obviously I ignored it. I didn't really care. But the somebody responded, like replied all, and was like, "This is obviously spam." Which I'm not, like, yeah, sure it is, and I guess maybe they're looking out for other people to, like, be like, don't respond, But then somebody was like, yeah, but why not network? Now we have each other's emails. Now that we're all in this email thread together, why don't we just, like, network? And I was like, I don't know. Maybe, I guess. But now they're like all replying to each other and being like, yeah, here's my info. And I'm like, uh-oh. I'm just getting the reply all to all of this stuff. Which again, isn't that bad. I really don't mind networking at all. I'm not shy, but also I'm like, oh, my phone's about to blow up, man. It's about to like really... Actually, maybe I should do it like this. You can kind of tell a little bit that it's... Yeah, casting a shadow, but just doing it wrong. It should be a little bit less, maybe. Maybe not. If it's like this. I really do think that actually I'm making it worse, and it should just stay the way I set it. Yeah, I think it's okay like that. But anyways, that's not to say that like it's not a good way of looking at things. I just think it's funny that it's happening. It's just a funny little thing. Funny thing going on in my emails. Oh, we're getting to the boss music now, aren't we? Is it all gonna be this? I don't think so. I don't want to get too crazy about... I love the boss music. I do. I just don't think it's like stream music. And I think that's also evident because like, you can always see a general number I don't know that it's always accurate of like how many people are in stream. And I've had times where like suddenly boss music starts playing because I'm listening to like the Bloodborne or the Elden Ring soundtrack or something. And then, you know, one of the boss tracks plays or whatever. And it seems to me that every time that happens, the count goes down. Every time. Like, I think people are like joining in and maybe they're like, some people are just drawing or doing something else, got me on in the background. Pretty common for like streams and stuff. And then they get like jolted or, you know, maybe I just imagine there's somebody that's like sleeping to it. And then suddenly boss music starts playing and they wake up and they're like, I gotta turn this off. What the fuck's going on? You know, and this is doing the same thing still. This says credits, man. I don't need all that right now. I don't need all that. And it's like, you know, I don't know. I don't mind the boss music too much. It's certainly not stream music. I know that already. And so I'm like, if people are leaving when that happens, just take the hint, man. You know, take the hint and just avoid those tracks, I guess. I might just have to like take a bunch of the tracks that do work from all of these different soundtracks and just put it together in a playlist. Because right now I'm just playing out of the soundtrack itself. So it might just be better for me to do that and just omit all those like crazy boss soundtracks and stuff. Some of them aren't so bad. Like I think about in Bloodborne, Murgo's Wet Nurse. You know, you have that like nursery rhyme, or not nursery rhyme because there's no lyrics, but like that nursery theme that plays, and it's beautiful. I love it. Honestly, like I remember when I fought that boss, man, I was like, oh, this is so like haunting and beautiful. I love it. Because it's so unlike, you know, other boss music and stuff. It's not like crazy and choral and like got some crazy orchestral drums going on. It's just a little music box, you know. Obligatory Bloodborne 2 when? It'll never happen, man. It'll never happen. I mean, also, I think it's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure, you know. And I played Bloodborne after I played Sekiro. And Sekiro was my first Souls game. First one. So I went in like head first and just like took the punishment head on. And I remember, because again, this is my first one, so like, I don't, make fun of me if you want, but like Juzu the Drunkard, I think I fought him pretty much as soon as you can fight him, I think. Because I didn't fight a whole lot of bosses before. So I think I did fight him a little bit early without realizing that like I was doing that. Yeah, let's just get over here and move past this really quick. No. What are we doing? This maybe. Maybe not. Tell you what, we hit feel one time, and then we'll switch over to the overture, and that'll be good enough. Yeah, I fought Juzu the Drunkard, and God, he was so hard. I couldn't figure it out. I mean, he has a bunch of ads, you know, but also I I was just under the impression that, like, all right, so I failed the level boss. Now let's do the whole level again. And so it was really frustrating to me because I was just fighting every enemy on my way there. And then I'd be like, oh, I'm already like half health. Like, fuck, I'm gonna die. And so I stopped for a bit. And then eventually picked it back up. And then, like, honestly kind of smashed it, dude. I did pretty well. But anyways, then I played Bloodborne, and it was a good amount of time between Sekiro and Bloodborne because I never had a PS4, but a good buddy of mine in Chicago just so happened to get an extra PS4 when I was visiting. And so he was like, if you want, I would just give you my old one and you can borrow my copy of Bloodborne. And I was like, dude, hell yeah, that's the move right there. And then I played Bloodborne, and I was so excited because, like, honestly, I didn't have too much interest in playing much of the Dark Souls games, but I was super interested in Bloodborne because everybody would tell me, like, you need to play Bloodborne. It is the most you game. And I was like, okay, sure, yeah. That makes sense. And so I was excited. And I did have Dark Souls 1 and 3 on Steam, but I never played 3. And I played a little bit of Dark Souls 1 and then, like, didn't really... Like, I didn't even make it to the Taurus Demon. I was, like, right before that. And I just never really played it that much, so I didn't really get to any of the good parts, in my opinion. But then I played Bloodborne, and I did really like it, but aside from, like, the Shadows of Yharnam, which I hate that fight so much, I thought it was way too easy, man. I thought it was way too easy throughout. But the first time I played it, I kind of just played through everything pretty easily. I'm just gonna finish with this panel, move on to the next one. And played through it pretty easy. Got through everything pretty quick, but I missed, like, the top of Yharnam. What is it called? Like, where you fight Ebrietas and those little mushroom guys. And I missed the DLC. I knew that the DLC was there, but I also knew that, like, I don't even know how I knew this, but I knew that, like, the DLC in most games is actually where the hard stuff is. So it's like, oh, I'll just play through most of the game. Okay. And then before the last boss or whatever, I'll go do the uh-oh. Not this. We go here. Before the last boss, I will go and do the DLC. I beat Murgo's Wet Nurse. And in my head, I'm like, okay, last boss has got to be, like, behind there, right? Because I didn't explore anymore. I literally used the, like, bonfire or whatever it's called, the messengers. The lantern. The lantern is what it's called in that game. And went straight back to the hunter's dream. But it looked to me like there was more behind the Wet Nurse. And, like, I've been paying attention to the floors that we were on, so I was like, okay, we started at the bottom floor, then we got through the middle floor. There has been no lantern that says top floor, so I imagine there's one above. And then I saw the whole thing with Gurman. I fought Gurman, lost because he's actually pretty tough, And then I don't know what it was. I think I was like, let me take a break, and then when I came back, I was like, I'm gonna give Gurman one shot. I'll give him 1 or 2 tries, just to see how I'm doing, and then I'll go check out what's going on behind Murgo's wet nurse, because I thought like maybe you fight Murgo or something. Maybe you hear so much about Murgo. And probably go to the DLC after that. And then I beat. I'm gonna turn this down just a little bit. It's very loud for me. Then I beat Gehrman. I beat Gehrman. Like, he was really hard the first time I fought him, and then suddenly he became a lot easier. I don't know. And I didn't eat the umbilical cords. I didn't eat all of them yet. So I just beat the game without realizing that he was the last boss. I thought there was like so much more. Or not so much more, but I thought there was one more. Which I guess is technically true if you eat the umbilical cords. But I didn't. So I realized that the game not only fooled me with who I thought the last boss was going to be, but also that the game will just boot you into New Game Plus without asking you once you beat Gehrman. And so I really wanted to do the DLC, so I freaking did the whole game again, a New Game Plus, and then did the DLC for the first time in New Game Plus, and the Ebriettas and Mushroom guys for the first time in New Game Plus. So that wasn't very fun. But what I was gonna say is that, like, most of my experience with Bloodborne was that it was too easy, except for Ebriettas, which again, I only did New Game Plus, so I don't really know if it was like that fight is just really hard, or if it's just really hard in New Game Plus. I don't know. You know, I think the general consensus is that it is hard. But I was in New Game Plus, and that like kind of BS attack that everybody talks about, it straight up just one-shots you in New Game Plus, with where I was, I guess. So it was one of those things where it's like I had to be nearly perfect in order to beat that fight. So it was definitely one of my most attempted boss fights. And then Lawrence kicked my butt, man. Lawrence, the first vicar, oh my god. And I felt so embarrassed because I was like, are you kidding me? This is a cleric beast, man. The cleric beast, when I did it, was literally so easy. It was so easy. Like, I beat it on my first try, and like it wasn't even close, man. I don't know what I'm doing down here. It's not correct. So I was like, man, I can't believe that Lawrence is kicking my butt, man. And it wasn't just like he was kicking my butt, man. Like, I wasn't getting to the like last phase. I wasn't getting to the last phase. I was getting my butt kicked so bad, man. And I was so embarrassed. I was like, are you kidding me, man? Like, even if he's not just a cleric beast, you know? This part of it, he is. Like, the moveset is the same. And he's just beating me up, man. He's beating me up. But, like, you know, without knowing who he was, I had always heard that the Orphan of Kos was, like, the boss fight, the hard one, you know? And so I really prepped myself. I was like, all right, this one's going to be hard. Dude, beat it in 2 tries. Beat it in 2 tries. I was kind of disappointed by that one. Not that I was disappointed by that boss fight. I think the boss fight's actually sick. I love the boss fight. I just thought it was going to be harder. And again, this was a new game plus. But that's not to brag, because I got my ass handed to me by Lawrence. So it was certainly certainly some level of skill was missing there. Does that make sense? I'll leave it for now. Figure it out later. No, I can't figure it out later. I'm on the... Well, yes, I can. Whatever. But yeah, that overall, my general consensus is that Bloodborne might be too easy. I think it's one of the easiest ones out of all of the Souls game. I think the only one that's easier is Dark Souls, the first one. But I haven't played Demon Souls. I'll say that. I haven't played Demon Souls. So I don't know about that one. But yeah, I thought Dark Souls actually, when I first started playing it, I was like, this is the hardest one. Oh my god, this is so hard. And then I guess I kind of understood some of the mechanics a little bit better. Because okay, so here's a fun thing that I can share, which I realized I've never said this before. But every time I've played the Souls games, aside from Sekiro, because you have to play as Sekiro, I've actually tried to play as one of my comic book characters. So when I played Bloodborne, I played as Ichabod. So I made a little ugly character that looked pretty ghostly, named him Ichabod, and that's who I played as, you know? So that was fun. I liked doing that. And so I was like, oh, who am I going to do for Dark Souls, which was the next one that I played? And I did Nabal, okay? And so because I did Nabal, and pretty early I saw, like, from Andre the blacksmith, you can buy the Caestus. You can buy 2 and equip one on each fist, and you can just do like a fighting build, like a fist build. Okay, and maybe I'm wrong because I only played this game once, but I didn't find other fist weapons. And I didn't feel that other fist weapons were as Nabal as the Caestus were. They're literally just like your fist in a leather glove, you know, with some metal brackets on it. So I'm like, that's Nabal. Nabal fights with his fists, man. So, believe it or not, I played through Dark Souls up until, let's see, I'm trying to think of all the different. So I beat the Asylum Demon, that first one, with like the starter weapon, okay? But then I think I did the Taurus Demon also with the starter weapon. And then past the Taurus Demon, that's when you can find Andre. I think that's how it works. The map is so big and confusing. It's a little hard for me to remember that for sure. So aside from Taurus Demon and Asylum Demon, I did most fights with the Caestus. And I fought the, like, the guy below Andre, the like demon Titanite guy. I fought him with the Castus way too early, and I was like, this is brutal, but I'm gonna do it anyways. So I beat him with the Castus. Who else did I fight? I beat the Gaping Dragon with the Castus, and it's funny because I thought the Gaping Dragon was hard, and everybody online's like, Gaping Dragon is nothing, man, it's nothing. But I was like, that was so hard. It's because I did it with the Castus. And then I beat Quailag with the Castus. I beat what is like her like brother down there, the weird, he's got like a horrible name. I don't know, it's like something on the vibes of like spontaneous combustion or something, I don't remember. But I know there's like, I now know that there's like ways to kind of like beat him really easily. I did not do that. I just like would try to dodge his like attack and then just like punch him over and over again. It took forever to do it. And I was really annoyed because I was like, man, Dark Souls is literally just like artificial difficulty. It's not actually hard. They're just, everything's beefed up and like it's got so much health. It doesn't feel difficult in the same way that the other games do. And then I was like trying to figure out what kind of element to put on the case. And so I was like, I'll actually look it up and just kind of figure out what some of this stuff means. And then I realized through like reading stuff that people were like, yeah, the Castus sucks. It's one of the only weapons that you actually can't really make a build with. And I was like, oh. So then I think I got some like black greatsword that I just had or something. And I was like, all right, I'm just gonna use a sword, man. I'll just go to the classic and just use a sword. And then literally everything from that point was like every boss I killed in the first or second attempt. Every single one. It was not even close. Like 4 Kings, I didn't even see 4 Kings. I killed them so fast. I only killed 3. Gwyn, first try, man. Like, I think Seath was maybe 3 tries. Nita was first try, which I was really disappointed because from the very beginning in that cutscene, I was like, I hope we get to fight that guy. He looks scary and tough, man. And then I was like, nope, this is pretty easy. One of the easiest fights, actually, in my opinion. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if it's because I got used to the game being so hard and so difficult with the Castus that once I actually switched to a sword, I was like, this game's easy. This game's just easy. I don't like how I'm doing the hair here. So I don't know. That's not to say I don't like that game. I do like that game. There's definitely parts I don't like. Like, I know people hate Blighttown, and I hated it when I first got there, but then once I started kind of figuring it out, I was like, it's not that bad. I think it would just be made better by doing something like I don't know, like not necessarily the yellow tape, but like some of those ladders were really tough to find. And so it needed just a little bit more indication that it wasn't part of the environment. But other than that, it was all right. Because once you kill like those guys that cause the toxic buildup, they go away permanently, you know. So it's not that bad, but it is pretty rough if you don't know that. I'm trying to think of what other boss I beat with the case this. Because I think there was another What's in the enchanted? Oh my god, the butterfly. The butterfly also beat with the cases. That took forever. That took so long. It drove me nuts. It drove me crazy. So that one, oh my goodness. I hated that one so bad. There's a little funny line here. Can't exist. It's not allowed. Oh, if I do this, what happens? Oh. Let's do that. There we go. Surely there was another one too. I'm trying to think of all the different areas. I think it'd be Pinwheel with the Castus, which is really funny because Pinwheel almost killed me. That's how bad the Castus are though, man. It's actually like really hard. And like the reason why it was so hard, it wasn't even because like Pinwheel himself is that hard. It's literally just because like there was so many copies of him and every single copy would take several hits to like disperse it. So I couldn't find him, and then once I finally found him, I was able to kill him, but I was like, oh my god, like, I was so weak that I couldn't get rid of those things, and it just became really confusing which one was the real Pinwheel. So, crazy. I don't recommend playing that game that way. So I just realized that. What did I do here? Maybe I can deal with those. Yeah, we can deal with it. It's alright. Yeah, man. Crazy that I played that game that way. I think it's crazy I just didn't even try a different weapon for a little bit just to see. I think I was so low on resources all the time that I was like, I don't want to like spec into something else because then I'm gonna like, what if it's worse? What if it's not the weapon? And like, you know, I'm rarely the person to like blame my tools, man. I'm rarely the person to blame my tools. So I was like, I think I just gotta get good. I think I just gotta get good, man. So that's so funny. But yeah, even the DLC was pretty easy. Like I think oops, didn't mean that. Artorias was maybe the hardest fight that I did once I got the sword. Artorias took me 4 tries, I think. But Manus, it's funny because I totally thought that you could cut off Manus's tail. I totally thought you could. So I died once because I was trying really hard to cut off his tail. And I wasn't actually trying to kill him. And then he caught me with like one of his moves. One of his like big super moves. But then the second time, I think I kept trying to cut off his tail, but I started doing that from the beginning. And then after a certain point, I was like, I don't think you can cut off his tail, man. I don't think you can do that. So then I killed him. So it's funny because I'm like, it sounds like, I don't know, it sounds like I'm bragging, and I don't like that, but like, I think it's just funnier to be like, I got really good because I was literally using the Castus. I started like my first run essentially doing a challenge run without even realizing it. And I thought the game was so hard that by the time I switched to a normal weapon, everything was so easy. Safe to say I never wanted to do that kind of build ever again. It was a nightmare. It was a nightmare. It was really hard. So it's like, I think with the time I spent suffering with that Castus, I probably made it back just by breezing through everything else. But it might have been the Iron Golem that I think the Iron Golem I did with the sword. Yeah. I think it was. I think it was only with the sword. Yeah, even Calamite too. That one was took me 2 tries, I think. Although I did die to Calamite a bunch of times because I didn't realize you had to go talk to Go to fight him proper. I was just trying to shoot him with arrows and stuff to get him down, and he essentially just like 2-shots you. You don't really have enough health to deal with it that way unless you're built to do range, and I was built to just mostly just do strength. This is just strength mostly. Maybe the 80 texture will be good. Might have to do darker. Yeah, I think I have to do darker. It's okay. So that was my experience with Dark Souls, and why I think Dark Souls is the easiest one. But in general, you know, they hadn't quite hit their stride with like knowing how to build really strong but fair bosses yet. Which I think they really kind of started to figure out in Dark Souls 3, which is still my favorite. Still my favorite. In Dark Souls 3, I played as Dahlia, and I did a katana build, which I didn't realize. I guess it's pretty popular to do katana builds. At that katana, I was like, oh, this is kind of a weird weapon that, like, I don't think a lot of people are using katanas, you know? Like, Dark Souls never struck me as a katana game. Like, obviously Sekiro, right? But I was like, oh yeah, let's kind of get the Sekiro vibe going. I almost went for the whip because I think that's more thematic for Dahlia. But I very quickly was like, the whip is like the Caestus. It's not meant to actually be used properly, from what I can gather. Maybe someone somewhere out there has done it, but I was like, I'm not about to make that same mistake again. We're not using the whip. As cool and as like cute as it might be, it's not happening, man. I'm sorry. Yeah, I feel like Dark Souls 3 was like the real Dark Souls experience for me. Where like I struggled, but like not everywhere, and I really thought most of the designs, and like honestly there isn't many bosses that I hate in that game. There's only one, and that is Ancient Wyvern. Yeah, that's the one. I didn't want to fight it with the gimmick. I wanted to fight it head on. Because I love when there's a gimmick boss that you can fight at a disadvantage if you just don't use the like gimmick. I love that. But the Ancient Wyvern is literally just like for no reason at all has like an insane amount of health. And the thing that bothered me is that I fought it so many times, died so many times to it, because I was just trying to fight it head on, like one-on-one, and it just like wouldn't work, man. Like, you do less damage to that thing than you do to, like, Midir. It would also do an insane amount of damage to you. And so then when I finally was like, you know what, I give up. I'm just going to do this stupid gimmick because it's clearly not meant to be done any other way. When I killed it in one shot, I was like, okay, this is ridiculous. This should have been a fight that I could have done if I fought it one-on-one. But you just don't do any damage, you know? I'm like, at that point I was like, I'm pretty built out as a character, and every hit is doing like 60, you know? And you need to deal like 200,000. So it's like, this is going to literally take so long to do. So that one bothered me. Because I did a New Game Plus of Dark Souls 3, like immediately after, because I love that game. That game was so fun. And like even Yorm the Giant, right? You fight him with the Giant Slayer, which I didn't fight him with the Giant Slayer the first time. Sigurd came in with the Giant Slayer thing, which is I think a really cool way to do a gimmick fight like that. You know, I think it's cool that you can have it, but also think it's cool that you can have a companion come in like that, you know. And it's not optional, so it's not like I could have done it any other way. But then when I knew that that was the case, I was like, okay, what if next time I try to fight him without the Giant Slayer? And it's certainly a tough fight, you know. In some ways, it's kind of the same thing, but there are ways around it. Because I was a katana build, I was so built in dex. And for most of the game, I didn't use a bow, but I had a bow on me. And then when I realized, I was like, oh, if you use the bow and you hit him in the head, you can actually kind of stagger him. And so once I realized that, I kind of had a rhythm going where I was able to beat him pretty easily. The thing about Yorm too is that, like, he's very predictable. His moves are actually very easy to dodge. So it's really just more of a endurance battle more than anything. Which is cool. I was still happy that I did it. Even though it took a long time. I had to use like all my arrows pretty much. Another boss fight that I did without the gimmick in Elden Ring. I did what's his name, man? He's the blasphemous guy. Starts with an R. But he's the giant serpent. The god-devouring serpent he turns into. Oh, man. I love that fight, man. I love that fight, and I'm glad I did it without the gimmick. I had to, like, come back several different times throughout my playthrough. Because of the first time, I was like, I tried so many times, and then I finally beat him. But only the first phase, and then I realized I was like, oh my god, there's a second phase, and I spent like so long just trying to beat this first phase without the sword, and I was like, oh my god, I can't do it at this level because I just barely did it, and I was so spent, you know, I was so spent, so I was like, I need more levels for this. This is so hard. And then eventually, I think I like got to Lanedale, probably beat Morgoth or something, and thought, okay, I think I'm good. I think I can come back and try to beat him. Rykard's his name. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it again, and I was like, oh my god. Like, I can get to the second phase now, but the second phase is just kicking my butt, man. It's so tough. And then I think I came back maybe after what's that guy's name? I beat Garank, the beast clergyman turns into Malekith. I beat Malekith. And then I came back, and then I was finally able to do it. But oh man, that was a tough fight, man. That was a tough fight. I really struggled with it. I'm gonna do a little bit here. Yeah. And then it felt good to like come back on a New Game Plus and beat his ass pretty easily. So I felt good about that. I had to like look up a video later because I was like, what does the actual like gimmick sword do? And I was like, oh, it's kind of cool. But that fight is like all spectacle, man, and it's so cool. I love that, man. I love those. I think it's one of the best gimmick fights. Yeah, it's like, I feel like if you're gonna give me a gimmick fight, it needs to be like really cool. It needs to be like epic and like get me kind of hype, you know. And that one definitely does that. Alright, I think we're overworking him a little bit, so let's just get the text in here. Alright. We can do something like this. And then this. Alright. Turn you off now. Or actually, let's just do this first. And let's just bring you down a tiny bit. Okay. I think that's good. Let's hit save. Save often, they say. Yeah, definitely fun little inspirations for me is the FromSoft games, but Lies of P. Lies of P's got the music. Tell you what. Lies of P as well. I mean, very wonderful boss fights in that one too, man. Let's get the details. This will be a pretty easy panel here. Okay. Yeah, let's see. Lies of P. Trying to think of what some of my favorites were. Man, I mean, like, King of Puppets is kind of nuts. It's kind of nuts, man. I think the only thing I didn't like is that, like, I love a boss fight, like one of the best boss fights in my opinion, and I hated to admit this to myself before because I thought it was easy peasy because it's tutorial boss, and then you like it's Gundyr, dude. It's Gundyr. Champion Gundyr is so good, dude, and it's so humbling, man. It's so humbling. Yeah, beat Udix Gundyr, and I was like, okay, that was a good tutorial boss. I love that tutorial boss, so good. And then when I fought Champion Gundyr, I found him, and I was like, oh, it's this guy. You know, we get to rough him up, beat him up pretty easily. I remember this. And, you know, obviously he's actually tougher this time around. And if we're going to do this, we're going to turn down. Okay. And so, you know, Champion Gundyr is obviously tougher, which I felt that. I definitely felt that. But he was one hit away on my first attempt, and then I died. And I was like, damn, I can't believe he actually got me, man. I can't believe that. And then I proceeded to get my ass beat for like 15, 20 minutes straight. And I was like, I can't believe this. I can't believe I just keep losing. This is crazy. And I realized I was like, I'm getting, like, my ego is being checked so hard right now, and I just need to step away for a little bit. I just need to step away for a little bit, and then I'll come back tomorrow, and I'm sure it'll be fine. And it was fine. It took me still a few more tries, but I got him. And after that, I was like, actually, that was one of the best fights. That was so good. It was so fun. And people really seem to like Dragon Slayer armor. But I think what people say about Dragon Slayer armor is how I feel about Gundyr. Because Dragon Slayer armor, every time I fought it, I beat it in one try. It's really easy for me. So I'm like, I don't know. I don't think it's that hard. Whereas, like, even though I almost beat Gundyr that first time, it was by the skin of my teeth, man. It was not... That was not free. So that being said, I really like boss fights that, in their first phase, teach you how to deal with their second phase a little bit. And I think Gundyr does that a little bit. The first one's, like, not as good, but, like, I think that kind of serves as the... I forgot that they do this in this greenhouse, yeah. The first fight kind of teaches you for the second one. Granted, they're pretty far apart, but it does that, and I really like those fights. I think there's a lot of really good ones, and I think FromSoft knows that because they do that more often now. It's like the second phase or the third phase is certainly harder, but, like, there are elements of it that are the same from the first, or maybe they're just tweaked a little bit. And so having stuff like that, I'm like, oh, that's really nice. I really appreciate that. And I guess maybe I appreciate that more because I started with Sekiro, where some of that stuff was pretty common. I'm gonna turn this off now. The King of Puppets fight, right, in Lies of P was not that at all. It was totally different. Second phase is literally entirely different. It's like fighting a totally different boss. That bothered me a little bit, but they're both just so good, man. It's just really hard. It's really hard. It's such a, like, skill check, man. I thought it was gonna be it for me, dude. I really thought. But I don't know. One thing about me is that I hate being defeated, and I hate giving up. There's parts of me where I'm like, I think this might be too difficult. I'm not gonna start it. I can acknowledge stuff like that and just be like, this is too much. I don't think I really want to start this. But if I start it, man, I want to finish it. I'm such a completionist about that kind of stuff. I want to finish it. Like, there's no way this thing defeats me, okay? Especially if I've made some sort of progress, I think I like to be smart about what I start. And sure, sometimes I'm wrong still, but if I start it, man, I want to finish that thing. I want to win eventually. I'm okay with losing 100 times if it means I won once. But yeah, it's a tough one, but I really liked it at the end, Also, I mean, the Archbishop Andreas, oh my god, loved the intro for that too. So good, man. It's so good. You know, like hitting you with the one-winged angel. Oh my god, that's like so cool. Just such a cool fight. And obviously Laxasia is really cool too. But not, I don't know, not as cool to me as some of the others. And I know some people really hate what's his name? The Nameless Puppet. But I thought the Nameless Puppet was cool. It did give me Deadpool from X-Men Origin vibes. I will say that. It did give me those vibes. But I was like, you know, I think it's done a little better. You know, it's not even necessarily that Deadpool from X-Men Origins was such a bad idea. I think it's like, why would you ruin an already good concept that like people would like, especially at that time, and do this? You know, it's like you've just introduced Deadpool, you casted Ryan Reynolds, something that people wanted, and then you like immediately killed the idea. You know, and the execution wasn't even that, like, it wasn't that cool. The idea was pretty cool, but like it's not like it was the most epic thing ever, you know. Okay, I think I've overworked it enough. But yeah, you know, it's the it's one of my favorite games I've ever played. Lies of P is so good. Yeah, I think in like the rankings that I would put all those games, still think Dark Souls 3 is my favorite. I love Dark Souls 3. I think the world is really cool there. I think all the levels are pretty cool there. There aren't many that I dislike. Like the Profane Capital, I wish there was more of it. But I do still think it's cool. Again, I only really hate the Ancient Wyvern. So not really many bosses that I hate. Turn it up a tiny bit here. But after that, I think I would have to go. It's really tough because I want to say Bloodborne so bad, but I can't. I just don't think the boss fights are that strong. I just don't. I can't say that, man. Like some of my favorites are in there, like Ludwig. Oh my god. One of my favorite fights of all time. So good. So good. But it just has too many flaws in the like game mechanics. Like flaws in terms of vibes. Dude, what are you talking about? There's none. You know? How do I want to do this? Like this, maybe? See how this looks. What if I do it like that, maybe? That makes sense? But I think I have to give it to Lies of P, man. I think I do. I just think it's that good. And I guess I want a layer. We'll start here, or the halftone. I think I have to give it to Lies of P because it has really good vibes in the game. Which honestly, I thought the vibes in the game were not gonna be what I like was something I would like very much. I thought it was like, oh, maybe the gameplay will be fun, but like I don't think this will be like the type of style of that I will like. And I was surprised and very pleasantly surprised about that. Because I was like, damn, actually, like the whole church side of things, that's sick, man. I wasn't too crazy about the whole like puppets and like, is it hunters? Is that what they're called? I forget what they're called. I wasn't too crazy about it all and stuff. But yeah, as it started progressing, I was like, damn, some of this stuff is actually like really cool. And then like the puppets getting infected. Oh my god, that was sick. And some of those boss fights are amazing, man. And like people hate on the Black Rabbit Brotherhood. I think it's sick, man. I think it's sick. I love that fight. I thought both of them were great. And it's like, and like that's me. That's coming from somebody who hates the Shadows of Yharnam fight because it's a gang fight. That's my main like critique is I just hate the gang fight. And I'm like grateful that there's a freaking tombstone in that thing, but like geez, man, it's so rough. That one was rough for me. Let's see. I think after that I can safely say Bloodborne. But you know, Elden Ring comes really close. Elden Ring comes really close, and like Elden Ring is a lot of fun. The amount of content in it is also really good. I know people love the story in that one too. I'm not that crazy about it. I think there's some really cool characters in there, but I'm not as wild about it as some other people are. What else? Yeah, so I think Elden Ring will follow, and then Sekiro is right there. And if it hurts to put Sekiro so low, you know, because I actually really enjoy Sekiro a lot. It's one of my favorite games, but I just think like Bloodborne, it's just so fun to be in that world. It's so fun, feels so like lived in, feels so fun. The trick weapons is one of my favorite mechanics. That's really cool. What else? The style of the levels I really like. Gotta put some stuff down here as well, I think. And yeah, Sekiro is some of my favorite. Like, I love the Ishin fight at the end. I love fighting, what's his name? The guy you think is gonna be the big bad throughout the whole time. Genichiro. Genichiro is sick too, man. I love fighting Genichiro, and like, I think this is pretty universal experience. But like, you know, constantly losing to Genichiro, and then at the end being able to like defeat him so easily, even though he's technically buffed up a little bit. You know, he has his mortal blade that he starts using. It felt so good to like get to that Genichiro fight and beat him in the first try. And obviously that's kind of what you're meant to do. But it felt good nonetheless, man. It felt good nonetheless. I think I also want to add like what if I do this here? I want to try something. Alright. And then do that. Can I do that? Yeah, I can. Let's do this really quick, and then just turn down the opacity to what we want. Yeah, I think that's the move there. We can skip this one. So yeah, Sekiro's probably there. And then I think it's Dark Souls 1. Which I'm sure hurts the OGs to see it down there, you know, but it's true, man. And I haven't played 2 or Demon Souls, so can't really speak on those. Although I think likely they fall below everything else. At least from what I've heard, the general opinion of those games. But you know, I don't know. People hyped up Bloodborne a lot, and then I didn't think it was as good. Vibes are definitely right, man, but like that's it. I don't like how that's looking. There you go. That one's done. And we move on to the next one. And I think we're doing like 4 layers here. I think this is speed lines, right? I think this is the bubble, and then this is his line, right? But let's figure out this bubble really quick, because it's gonna impact other stuff. I feel like what we want is maybe this. I don't know. I need another layer really quick that maybe I can just fill with like gray, so I can see it a little better. No. Oh, and this needs to be black, right? Yeah, it's still no. Ooh. Does this not have any white in it? Do this. No, it doesn't. What about dense flash? That's not really what I want. Firework. Sea urchin. Sea urchin is kind of given the right. Maybe like this. Yeah. We want to like this. And then we want... Okay, sorry. What is happening? Okay. Alright, then we can get rid of this layer. Okay. Get rid of that layer there. Put this back on. And then we can maybe move it there. It's just better to do this. A little bit less, little bit less. That's perfect, I think. Cool. All right. Let's also lower the opacity on this. And then we can get started on this guy. Let's see if I can get to something with a little bit better vibes in this. What is this one? Yeah, let's stick with that. I'm drawing on the wrong layer, huh? No, I'm not. Just looks gray, I guess. I don't know. No, what are you doing? Let's start over here. Can't see behind my own hand. Okay. That's good. Alrighty. Sorry, not saying much, but just focusing a lot on this guy. It's a lot of fun to draw, especially when he's angry. And he's usually angry. Let's add some texture onto that, shall we? Get over to the details. Oops. All right. Alright. Sorry, I'm again not saying much. Just I don't know, the music is also kind of making me just want to listen to it, you know, and just enjoy it. It's very nice. Very nice and serene. I felt bad talking over Feel, man. That one's the goat. There we go. Cool. That's most of that. Let's get rid of this really quick. Oops. Do that. Then I think what we'll do here is add this. Add that in there. Make sure we get the teeth as well. Will be important later, even though it looks like it's not doing a whole lot. And then we delete. There we go. Cool. And if we go back to the details, got some more small little things to add on top. So let's do that. Let's do that. All right. Okay. And some little bits of hair here. Aren't roaches yucky? Man, I've seen some roaches. I used to live in Florida, and that was, whew. Not that we had roaches, but they're just roaches around all the time, you know. Doing this again. I think this is just like alternate versions, right? We don't need to listen to the bonus of every carnival garden, I don't think. Start this one over for now. We'll go back later. Yeah, I'll make a playlist by next stream. That way we can not worry about the music too much. Glad I did find something though that's generally just gonna work. I think one thing that keeps me quiet when I'm drawing this guy too is I'm constantly thinking about this guy's backstory. Which is not going to be revealed for quite some time. It's going to be quite some time, but when I came up with it, I was like, hold on. I think I'm cooking something up really good right now. I think this is going to be nice when it hits, man. So I'm excited for that. But it's quite a while. You know, you're going to need a reason see this guy's backstory. Alright. Let's remove this for now. See what we're working with. Such a quiet stream today, but I feel like I'm getting a lot done. I don't really mind. It is nice to be able to start to stream and like barely even think about the stream. Because I did have a stream with like a decent amount of people for where I'm at. Which, by the way, today I hit 200 subscribers. So that's cool. That's cool. I'm very happy about that. It's like a second real milestone for me. And I think the truth is, you know, I've mentioned this before, but I've never really had any sort of audience anywhere. 200 might be the most I have on any platform. Like, maybe I have 200 Facebook friends or something. But I wouldn't know. You know. It's not really a very useful platform for me. But yeah, honestly, I'm happy that it is YouTube. I feel like YouTube has so much more potential than a lot of other platforms. So I'm happy about that. I am happy about that. Turn this way up. Select everything out here, 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 and there. Get some speed lines going, I guess. Alright. I think what else is also pretty nice about Lies of P is like, I mean, Lies of P is essentially a bit of classical, a bit of jazz, a little bit of like ballads and stuff. And I guess world music too, you know? Which is stuff I already like. But I feel like because it's in Lies of P, a lot of people like it too. And it's not very common that you see people really enjoying those types of songs. So it's nice to get all of that, and that people recognize it, people like it. Here we go. Fill all this in here. Go with 60. Background might be left white, I think. There's a little bit here that's missed. Try to get all those little nooks. That might be it, though. Yeah, I think that's it. Alright, let's get the halftone and yeah, I mean, 200's such a small number when it comes to like a following, but I don't know, to somebody like me, man, like, you know, it's pretty obvious that like not all 200 of those people are like super invested and like super excited to watch everything that I do or have to say or whatever, but enough to give, you know, click a button for me. And you know, I don't know, it means a lot. It means a lot, even if they literally only saw that one video and then never saw it anything else again. I'm really grateful for that stuff, you know. I've lived a life where, you know, I've had some stuff handed to me for sure. I'm not pretending like I don't have any privilege or anything, but I've certainly lived in times where I really had to work for everything. And honestly, one of those times, even though I think I am comfortable right now, I'm doing okay. One of those times is now, where I really have to work for everything, because I'm not uncomfortable with where I am right now, but that means very little because it could very easily go away within the span of a few months if I don't find success somewhere. And again, that doesn't mean I would be like homeless or something like that. Like, no, I'd be okay. It just means that like, and I think this is a reality for, I think I'm just gonna fill this all in. I think this is a reality for a lot of artists, especially intermediate artists that were professionals. Like I would say I was a professional designer, not necessarily a professional artist, but a pivot that I wanted to make. It's really hard to find work right now. It's really tough to do that. And so unless you're, you know, unless you're the cream of the crop, and if you are, you know, congratulations. That's amazing, and I'm happy for you. But unless you're there, you know, there's not really work out there for everybody right now. And so that's a little tough, but all right, I'm okay. You know, it really would just mean that I wouldn't be working professionally, is that I might have to pick up some other kind of job just to pay the bills for a little bit. And I'm not opposed to that. You know, I've worked my share of retail and even fast food and stuff, and my preference is actually like if I have to work those kinds of jobs, I like working grocery. Grocery jobs are not too bad, not too bad. It can be pretty hard depending on where you are, but hey, I'm all right with the work. And I'm actually pretty good at it. Let's see here. What was I talking about? I forgot. I had a point to make with all that stuff. Oh yeah, well, I mean, like one of those times of like having to really work for everything is one of those is now. And so like the fact that I've experienced that in my life a decent amount of times, any little thing like this, especially during these times, I'm really grateful for. And I don't say that in a way that's like, oh, I just want to show gratitude and stuff. It's like, no, like genuinely, there is a part of my heart and being and soul that would like to really be thankful and like really be genuinely grateful for even just like some stranger or a list of strangers that have clicked a button, associated with checking out my stuff, because it's a hard time, man. It's a hard time, and it's not just hard for me. And so the fact that anybody would give me any sort of, I don't know, recognition or attention or I guess like respect in general, it's important to me, man. It's important, you know. Let's see if I can drop you back in here, and maybe I can do that thing again. All right. Okay. Okay, I'm okay with that. Gotta get the text in here. We go with Comic Go for this one. Where is it? There it is. We bold it. Go with 32. Or maybe 24. Maybe 24. Do that. Wait, what did he say again? It says something. This rate, we're going to lose him. Let's go back to my regular. Why are you? Oh, because you're not selected. There we go. Let's go back to 16. Don't need a poll though. Let's see what we're doing with this. Because this actually needs to go above the frame. let's we'll just do that for now. Okay, I'm gonna hit save here. I need to use the bathroom, so I will be right back. We'll turn the music up a little bit. I'll be right back. All right. Just gotta put my glove back on. Oof, check this thing out, man. It's a pretty wild glove. Wraps around. Helps to prevent issues with like carpal tunnel and stuff. I like it. I like it. It's pretty nice, pretty nice. Doki wear is what it's called. Just got kind of cold. Oh well. I think I might draw a background on this. Make it a little interesting. Maybe. Maybe, baby. But actually, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna keep working on you. I'm gonna go a little out of order. Yeah, we're a little crazy around here. We like to have fun, don't we? We're a little weird. this guy's crazy. I think we're getting to the end of this pretty soon, huh? The overture soundtrack. I don't like where this is placed. There we go. You don't have to be so wise. Feel a bit of your hurt. Carry on. And let's just fill that now. Okay, I'll just start working on the details now. Don't feel like that's going as far as it needs to, you know. Don't cry no more. If you're here, we are not scared anymore. I had all these little weird hairs now. I was so silent for so long. I spoke and I was like, wow, I haven't heard my voice in a second. I'm just listening to the song. maybe Liza P is dangerous because I get so sucked into the song. It's just so beautiful, man. It's such a beautiful piece. I might want to also just turn it a little bit down. Just a little bit, you know? That way maybe it encourages me to keep yapping away. That's what the people pay you for. I didn't realize I was getting paid. trying to detail this as much as I can without going overboard, you know? Let's get rid of you so you can kind of see where I'm really at with this. Sometimes the storyboard is really just a bunch of noise kind of in the way of the piece. I mean, I don't know how you listen to this and just not want to shut up. Just listen to this song instead. So pretty. So beautiful. I'm such a sucker for strings too. And like good strings, man. Good strings are so nice, man. But I hate it when it's bad strings. Like when I hear Bittersweet Symphony, I hate that so much. I hate that song so much, man. Jeez, man. Like, I can't believe that something like that actually took off, man. But, you know, it just goes to show that, like, doesn't really take doesn't take talent to make it big, you know? Alright, get this tone in here. We'll get working on our last panel. Switched up the drink. And I would listen to like more classical on here too. Although I think classical will still get flagged a little bit. I don't know, people don't appreciate classical as much as they should, man. You know, that stuff is like, it's so good and it's really good. It like there's a reason why people still listen to it, man. And I just don't think it gets the love it needs, man. Granted, you know, like, I don't think anybody should be going crazy about classical music or playing it all the time. You know, it's like, I think you need to have some fun, poppy stuff in your life. I really do, man. The more I embrace that in my life, the more I'm like, dang, life is good, man. You know? I think it teaches you a lot about music. And it gives you good taste, man. It gives you good taste. Gives you really good taste, and so I think that has also like informed my poppy music to be like better. Listen to some shit that's like good, you know? Not just what like the public's feeding you all the time. I think the sad part is that like pop music is one of the ones that like benefits the most from like a ton of money being thrown at it. You know, it's like part of what makes it good is just like how it's produced, and that's a tough skill for, you know, indie musicians to learn and to be able to like replicate. It's a little harder to find, I feel like, indie pop music that's of the same caliber, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You know, I just think it's a little rarer. And I think that the people that want to make pop music are also typically less likely to be the people that try to make it on their own. You know, to just like do the damn thing to do it. And I feel like you'll see a lot of like metal bands or like indie people that are real small trying to make it, and like that's respectable, but you see less of like the pop music, unless it's like a group. That right there, oh, that piano, good reference. I guess it's self-referential. All right, that's it. That's her cue. Swap back over to the original.
Close your eyes, come to me,
All right.
feel alright. Just dance with me all through the night. Turn it out, close to you.
Every once in a while, this seems like a bad health concern to have, but sometimes it feels like for a second that my hand is about to go numb. That's okay. That's normal, right? That means I'm okay. Man, this song in the shower, dude. Oh man, I'd be singing my heart out. Okay, I'm gonna leave it at there, at that. Can't speak. So here we actually just swap over white. Cool. You're done. We go back here and finish their last panel. Feels good. Feels good. I'm contemplating going for longer. Not sure. I think we can maybe take a small break and maybe do that post really quick. And then maybe we can come back, start working on that big panel, or work on the small ones below. Either one is probably fine.
Close your eyes, come to me. Close your eyes.
Dang. So good. So good. That's such a beautiful song. Saw something apparently that it didn't. It's created for another game, maybe? Originally? I'm not sure about that. Some very obscure game. Okay, one thing I noticed too, I should have done this earlier, but this hand is like really weirdly small. Needs to be like that big. I did not draw the correct proportion in the storyboard. Ugh. There we go. What? Oh. I'm drawing on the wrong layer. Supposed to be drawn over here. I've said this before. But I'm saying it for a different reason this time. I'm doing this so I'm like specifically streaming this so I can come back at some point to kind of see how I was doing stuff and like document it, and you know, by that point I will hopefully be a lot better. And reason I'm reiterating that this time around is because I was gonna say, man, I can't wait for me to come back and look at this and then be like, dang, I sucked. Dang, I sucked at that, man. Because I'd only say that if I've come pretty far. So, hopefully I have. Hopefully I have. And if future me just so happens to get to this spot in the VOD and pick this very VOD to watch. Hello. That's all I got to say. Hello. How are you? Hope you're okay. Let's fill this in really quick. Actually fill that in too. Details here. Tell me how Lies of P2 is. That would be sick. I'd love to know that. Hopefully it's good. Hopefully it's better. Oh man, that would be cool, huh? It's even better. I will say the crocodile in Overture was not my favorite. I think especially since like you'll then deal with that like amalgamation mini boss, which is pretty hard on its own, man. It's a pretty hard fight. But I'm like, I don't know. I think I care less about giant crocodile than I do about like amalgamated zoo animal. Like, should have made that be the frickin' boss. I mean, I kind of got that there's like a story element to it, but it didn't really seem that important to me. You know, it's like, oh, the crocodile was huge and it ate somebody. It ate somebody was like, I guess mildly important, but like not important enough to actually show up in the story at any point. Well, I guess they were eaten, you know, so I don't know. But there was not a whole lot of talk about that guy, so clearly, aside from being one of the like humanity tales that the real Alidoro will talk to you about, not a whole lot mentioned there, you know? Alright. Mostly done there. Gotta get the lapels. Don't forget those. You always forget those. Oh man, just the strings, I'm telling you, man. Oh my goodness. Musicians on this are so talented. Okay. What else do I need here? Need a little bit of this. Okay. In terms of background, I guess the idea I have is that like now we're walking. I want it to make it look like we're going somewhere now, you know? Maybe what I can do, let's lower the opacity on this too. Get a little bit thicker. Alright. And this is just kind of filled. Trying to think about elevator doors really quick. And I think this is gonna be filled too. Right? And that's kind of like the wall of the elevator. Want like one line over here maybe. And then it maybe goes this way. Oops. No. Maybe it's like perspective. And here or something. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I don't know, what does that look like? I think that makes sense. I think it makes sense. I think there needs to be one more here. And let's get rid of this really quick. Fill these spots.
If I would shed my tears in this doubting fantasy, many of them call reality. If I would lose my name to this senselessness, I see truth in riverside or
I think what I'm gonna do actually is I'm gonna rotate that perspective line a little bit. So I really like when I can do the parallel lines, but it's at like a different angle.
that shines, losing the horse, build up the seas, set the
No, this is
alight.
it's this one.
Find the heights, behold your sight for those windmills, let them run again. 'Cause I will fight, let it be the cold rain, be it battle I cannot survive, or another curse.
What does this do?
Come from the tide. Every morning, every night, my fate confide. Beyond our years upon the bridge across the stranger light.
That's like the parallel line. How do I get the...
So I will fight.
So that's definitely not going back down to the...
Another soul, another falsely
See what I mean? What did I do? I broke something. Ah. Okay. I think that's what I want. Yeah. Oops, not that. There we go. Let's make sure we erase these little parts here. Add some of this down here too. Cool. All right. Pretty simple background that I actually added the details to on the wrong layer, which is okay. It's alright. It's pretty easy to fix. Take that out, do this, paste up there, select those two, merge selected, boom. All done. Now we can add some tone. Darkest parts being the suit, which is the classic 95. All right. Oh, man. Pretty gloomy day today. Bit rainy. Bit of a cloudy day. Not too bright outside. Oof, that part of the song is beautiful. I'll say I'm excited actually to make this playlist that's got a lot of the Liza P music in it. Because there are some stage musics, they're like tracks. So good. So good. I think about the opera house and just hearing the like operatic vocals. I don't know what to say. What I'm trying to say, this is like a choral like piece that plays when you walk into the opera house. Oh my god. I remember when I first walked, I was like, I have to stop. This is so pretty. I have to just listen to this. Okay, I think we go 60 on those. Or is it the one on the inside? I think it's the one on the inside. You fool, you fool, you fool. Alright. You dummy. You dummy guy. Look at this dummy guy. Alright. Let's go with 30. We go with 30. Maybe even less. We're gonna go with the very light, like 10. We're gonna start with 20 and bring it down. Yeah. Let's fix this little bit here. Turn all of that back on so we can select all of this. So calming, so calming. I hear this and I go, man, everything's all right. Okay. I just realized I didn't do it for... I didn't get rid of the eye. Eye is gonna be lighter. There we go. Yeah, correct. This is loud. And then let's stop for 1 second. Turn it back on. Throw an 80 down in there. Just to cover the phone generally. Okay. That was wrong. Let's get the halftone in here. All right. Feels nice. We're almost done. We're almost done. Okay. These clothes. Also half-toned in here. I'm gonna go crazy or nothing, but do want to make it look right. The best I can. Okay, get the text back in here. We turn that one on. Well, you say something as well. Okay, which one do you want me to call? Ugh. Not looking the way I want them to. There we go. I hate something about this font is always trying to like squish these commas underneath the letter forms, and that's really annoying. Oops. Nope, that's not what I selected. It's also not what I selected again. Nice to bold some of the text as I go. Alright, here we go. Let's clean up our layers really quick. Get everything put away the correct spots. And we are done with this page. Feels good, feels good. Hit save on that. Okay, all right. I like this page. I like this page. Not too bad, not too bad. Next page will be a bit of a doozy. We got this whole landscape here, buildingscape. Okay. I'm thinking that take a quick break from this because I have to design a poster, actually. Gotta design a poster. Hi, kitty. Hi, kitty girl. And then we'll come back, maybe do some work on this. I'm gonna like turn on a light in here because it's getting pretty dark. All right, that's a little bit better. Let's see. This is the wrong one. I think I did it in Designer. I don't know. I think I did it in Affinity Designer. Might have done it in Illustrator. Just can't remember. I think it was Illustrator now that I think about it. I gotta download some headshots of people really quick. So just give me 1 second here. Grab all of these. What are we looking at? Okay. I think I'm just going to hit download on that. Let that download. Actually, I guess while I do that, I'm going to go on a quick break. Be right back. Just a couple minutes. Okay. Alright, I'm back. Looks like this downloaded. So I will open up poster I'm working on and get some of this stuff going. So let's see here. Downloads. Extract this folder. you guys over here. Come on. Something about Illustrator that bugs me is that I feel like I have to click the open file like 100 times to get it to open. So I think I can just do this. Yeah, there we go. Cool. So we're designing a new poster for this. It's fairly simple. Shouldn't be too difficult. So we got some. I forgot I can't use my toolbox for this. Gonna need some names. And then we're gonna need to drag in photos. Some photos of people. So this is a comedy show that a friend of mine is hosting, and there are these wonderful comedians that are going to be performing at this really cool I love this sake bar in Chicago, Wrigleyville. Nice, they're mostly all about the same size, so I really appreciate that. Not this one though, this one's different format, but it'll still work. Still get it to work. And then one more. This one's a different format as well, but we'll get them all to work. So I think what we'll do, grade this. Let's go with 3 by 4. I guess 4. I don't know. No, don't link. Come on, what are you doing? There you go. Now you can link. Clipping mask. Should just delete this. We don't have to keep doing that. Clipping mask. Clipping mask. We keep doing this. Cool. All right. we're gonna work with this one here. This little logo that I created. Pretty simple. Is that on here? Where's this one at? This one's on here. I actually would like this as well. Where did you go? You must hate me or something. Here we go. Alright. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, one color will not work. That's okay. What we're gonna do, take you and duplicate you a bunch of times. We'll actually need one more, just to test stuff out. There we go. And I think what we're gonna set these all to is going to be hue. And they're all on the wrong. Are you also on there? Yeah, you are on the wrong spot here. We'll bring you to the front. It's gonna be like that for everything. It's a little desaturated for my taste. What if we do color instead? Might be better. I think that's gonna work better. You might just have to adjust how saturated each one of these is, but I think we'll make it work. Okay, so give you this one. What did I just do? How does that happen? Oh, okay. Let's figure out what color is going to work best. I feel like the pink is going to work really well with you, and the purple is going to work really well with you. So yellow, yellow, blue, blue. Blue works really well with you, I think. Let's try green too. Green also works. I think you get green though. Green's the best for you for sure. And then, sorry, yellow, no yellow. Group. Group. And group. And group. Cool. Hold on. Something is amiss here. Your picture doesn't go all the way down or all the way up. Now it does. Sure, that's not going on here. Yeah, it's going on here too. I wonder if this is at all interesting to see me do some design work. Hopefully it is, because I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I just don't really want to like stop stream to do this. Just to start stream again, you know? Let's make these a little bit smaller. And then we'll have them a little bit out of order, I think. So it doesn't have to match up perfectly here. But let's go with you first. And we can go with you. Then red should maybe go at the end. No, the blue should go at the end. Blue should go. I think it should be something like this. Okay. Alright. So maybe goes behind. We can go here. We can go can go in front of that one. All right. Let me make sure I've got my copy correct. Okay. No additional info. Okay. Alright, so this is what we've got. What is the font that I was using? It's gone. It's gone. Right here. This is it. Kristen. Okay, come on, just paste without formatting. Thank you. Let's get rid of that. And then we'll make it like 24 for now. Do this as well. What is the paste without formatting? Alt. Okay. Get rid of this. Hold on, let's do this and this really quick. Select this, not you. Cut. You. Paste. Boom, okay. At least do that. And then we have to recopy this. And then type on there. Alright, so I don't know if it'll work. Just do green. Probably won't, yeah. I didn't think so. We could also try maybe just white. No, it's not contrasted enough, huh? I think we go with this, maybe make it character. Let's just play around a little bit. We could, I guess, also try a totally different color. The yellow is not being used, but I don't think the yellow is gonna work. There's a faux bold, is there not? Possibly. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. How can I mean, I guess there's a stroke, but I don't think the stroke's gonna work very well. We have to rasterize it, or at least create the outlines. And then why is it like gray? I don't know. So then we can do it on the outside. And then, I mean, then if you do that, you may as well just go for the green, right? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. And then also, I'm gonna move you over. Make you a little bit bigger. Maybe rotate a tiny bit. Just to ensure it doesn't look... What is going on here? Ah, I see. There's one there too. Look at this. So odd. Oops. Too far. There we go. That's so weird. It's a weird font, huh? Okay. Get rid of that. Okay. What we're gonna do for that one. I can't really see it. Let's hit the pink really quick. Okay. Can I do this? Okay, I like this actually. I also wonder if I do this, flip it, is that better? That's better actually. Okay, create outlines. Get this. Go up one more. Put it on the outside. Increase the size a little bit. Increase that. And then rotate it around like this. Let's fix this problem. I don't know what the hell's going on here. What is going on here? Why is it doing that? It must be from you. What is it? You? Ah. So odd. So weird. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. I think one is next. This one will do fairly simple. higher maybe. And then gray outlines. Same thing again. Up one on the outside. Fix the eye. The eye is a. Let's not do this. Let's just start way down. This? Yeah. We'll start there. Sorry, music. You do that. And then increase this a little bit. I know it's a big no-no too. I'm not blind to that, to doing this. But I think because it's such a little silly font, it's alright. My cat is like just constantly staring at me. She is hungry, but it's not her time to eat yet. You have to do 24 for this one. Yeah. Okay. Great outlines. Increase that. Go on the outside. I think we're gonna have to take all this and just scoot it over. We also have to make it a little bit bigger, but not interfere with everything else. Okay. Then we go maybe like this. Blue for you. Oops. Okay. Or actually, first let's do the outline. G needs a little bit of work there. There we go. It might be too big. Oops. Nope. Now we... Trying to see what else I got. Okay. I think get rid of all these for you, which we will replace with make it yellow and put it right here in the middle, center it. create outlines. Same thing. Okay. We're gonna take this, bring it up here. Okay, well, I guess we can go here. Make it a little bit smaller than this one. You and you, also very important. But I also think you two need to be smaller too, huh? Oops. Screwing everything up. Okay.
Close your eyes.
This is the last little bit.
Come to me.
Can we make this smaller? And then we can adjust where this all is here.
Turn it on. Close to you.
Boom.
I feel good. 'Cause I just know feeling of you. Give it to me, baby. Feel alright. I feel good. Just want you step with me, dance with me.
Okay, do this.
Feel alright.
So I can bring this up.
I feel good on you.
And we can bring that up. I think that's pretty much good.
Close your eyes. Come to me.
Alright.
Feel alright. Just dance with me all through the night.
But I export that, and I think we're pretty much done. So I'm gonna send it over, see if there's any edits. But
I feel good.
we're gonna go back to this.
I just know feeling of you. Give it to me, baby.
And that's how I make a poster. Pretty simple. I had already kind of defined a lot of the elements in the previous poster, and just the reason I reused a lot of them is because it's kind of a short turnaround. Like, shows in 2 days. And the old poster had been put out a few times, but just want some recognition from the little logo, because it's new. It just started, so I feel like reusing that imagery as it gets placed in different areas will help people kind of remember the show is coming up. So You give me just 1 second. I will send this over and we will get back to it. Boom. That's sent over. I'm also just gonna send a text to let them know.
Come to me. Close your
Okay. And now we hop back in. Just because this is a huge one. It'll probably take a whole day. We are already about 4 hours into a stream. Probably take another hour. I think I'm just gonna go for the 2 easy ones and save the big one for tomorrow. Okay. Alright. We've actually pretty much copied this from the original drawing I did. I just didn't feel like it needed to change. I thought it was actually totally fine. There was no real reason to adjust it. And I feel like to new readers, you know, it's like it's obscuring enough for you to kind of like be a little bit confused right off the bat as to what's happening here. And I think that's like good. I think it's good because you shouldn't know right away what's gonna happen. And it gets revealed pretty quick. So it's not like you have to go too far along. But I feel like if you're paying attention, you would go, wait a minute, what? Gonna fix the fingers here because I didn't try too hard in the storyboard there. I think I was just trying to finish because I had just did all this and that took a long time, so I was like, I'm tired. Let's just get the idea down and I'll figure it out when I actually draw it. Which is true. I will. Oh no, that's fine. Turn that back on.
Écoute mon cœur, où es-tu maintenant? Il s'agit d'attendre toute ma vie. N'entends-tu pas ma petite voix? Je t'attends depuis longtemps.
Alright. Just detailing some fingers, some hair a little bit, and a little bit of texture. And that's it. Getting pretty hungry. That's my motivation to get this done. All right.
Écoute mon cœur, je t'attendrai même si j'ai mal au cœur pour que tu puisses entendre ma petite voix. Je t'attendrai.
There we go.
Je t'attendrai.
And then okay. Outline that a little bit. Turn these off. Turn that off. And go for a bit of a lighter suit. Just a little bit. Still waiting. There we go. And we go for a darker fur. He's a little bit backwards. Come on. There we go. Try not to miss that little spot there. No, it's 40. It's 40. I think we're gonna leave the background white for these two. We're really emphasizing what's the little action that's happening here. So, how did I miss that whole finger? Just missed the whole dang thing, huh? Okay, and one really light for the shirt. And then just some halftone, we're done with this panel. Not a whole lot going on. Very easy panel. That's why I felt like I could just keep it going, you know? My audio's being funky. I guess as long as it's working for stream. I might also turn it down, maybe. Never really turned it back down, did I? Oh well. I wasn't talking a whole lot anyways, so I'm not bothered by it. I think only recently did I start talking a bunch. This guy won't shut up. Oops. Oops. Oh, my tour box is like not working anymore. I think the issue with my audio is the same thing. My like Bluetooth is like cutting out. Let's try this real quick. This should pause the music. Oh, it did. But the tour box isn't working. Is it dead? Maybe. Okay, so like my charger also disappeared. There it is. It's supposed to be wrapped around this thing. Will it work now? Check out the tour box thing. No way, it just died on me. Yeah. Let's take a look here. Nope. Okay. There we go. Very weird. I've had that happen before though, so I wasn't too worried about it. I think it does mean that the batteries are starting to go. I might just replace them after the stream. If it doesn't happen again tomorrow. I'm working on that big giant panel because I'm definitely going to be zooming in and out and in and out. Alright, alright. Should have expanded before filling for this one. Should have known better. Alright. Not a big deal, not a big deal. Okay. Alright. It's fairly easy. I think I gotta erase a little bit on these. Gotta give it that scratched look a little bit. Can we increase this? All right. Move on to this one here. Oops, wrong layer there. And then we do have to like adjust this a tiny bit because it's too high up. All right. Let's get this. Oops, messed up that line. Oh well. I also like drawing, well, I guess I mentioned this before, but I like drawing the chimpanzees, and this is obviously one of them. Okay, so you lower the opacity, or not the opacity, the brush size. Okay, let's erase this little part here. And fix the finger. Okay. Maybe one of the only things that being a UX UI designer has helped me with. That was a terrible circle. Did you guys see that? No, you didn't. So don't say anything. It's alright. It's okay. Oh my god. Must be getting tired because these circles are not the best. Look at that. Let's just redraw it. I'd rather just redraw it than try to fix it like that. That's so stupid. Just draw it right. Yeah, I'll take it. That's not good. Okay. Do that. Going on the details here. Don't have to go crazy. Just keep it fairly simple. Okay. I think these need to be scooted over a little bit. There we go. Got some notes for the poster already, so that's good. Make those changes pretty quick. Seem fairly simple for the most part. And we'll do this again. All right, cool. That one's gonna get the outline. Oh, you know, I missed one little detail here, and that's actually the icon of the phone. Need a little bit more thickness over here. I'm gonna adjust where it's placed a little bit. Oh, I just felt like a little carpal tunnel sting there. Probably gotta stop after this one, which is my plan anyways, so not a big deal. Alright. Gotta slow down with all that. This needs to be retightened, I guess. I don't know. Ooh, it's feeling buzzy. Yeah, it's certainly It certainly goes. It certainly goes. Hi, sweetie. Yeah, it's about to be your dinner time. You gotta give me 1 second, okay? I know. You're hungry. I'm hungry. And we'll do this one as well. And this. Yeah, sweetie. Yeah. Just licking my arm. She's very food motivated now that we've had her on this little diet for a while. But she's okay. She's not so bad. She's patient. Oh, I'm doing that again. Okay. Take as much of this as we can. Oh, nice. Cool. Nice. Great. We dropped 80 in here. Then we need to drop 60 for a couple of spots. And we're pretty much done. It's a halftone, right? There's always a halftone, but I also want to add it here. And then the 60 goes here. Bang. Okay. Gotta clean up a little bit, but Not much. Not much. The 60 might be a little strong. Yeah. Clean up this little bit. And then some of these little bits. Oops. All right. Now we go for... Actually, you know, I might actually do a little bit of a background here for this. I think it would be worth it. It's fairly quick. All right. Boom. And boom. Keep it going. All right. We just need the text that goes here. And actually, you know, you don't seem centered. Seem a little bit off-center to me. Yep. There we go. With maybe 14. Actually, you know what? I think we have rubato. Use rubato. Yeah. Research. That's the one. Maybe like 8. I think you're cut off a little, no? Yeah, you were. What is happening? That's all the text, right? Okay. Happy with that for now. Now we just need to do this one. Hit save. We're done here today. We're done here today. We've put in the work. We can go home. Oh, okay. Let's turn off the tour box. Let's come back over here. Let's go right over there. Well, that was a productive stream. Like actually really chill. So I guess appropriate stream title. Not a lot of noise. Not a lot of noise, which is all right. It's okay. I do not mind. Gonna start closing some of this stuff because. Boy, am I tired. And I gotta make those adjustments on that poster as well. But thank you so much for joining. Thank you if you're watching the VOD afterwards. Consider subscribing. Every subscription means a ton to me. It really does. I just hit 200 last night. And so that's really exciting for me. That's really exciting. And I got some more stuff coming out. I have a full-length video coming out a week from today. A bunch of shorts coming out between now and then. And more stuff planned after that. So I'll be streaming again tomorrow. I think I'm just going to go for finishing that page. I think so. But we'll keep streaming. We're going to keep streaming as much as we can. But thank you once again. And I will see you later, Nibblings.